Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crimson veil descended upon the borderlands like blood seeping through cloth, consuming all it touched with silent, terrible grace. Fields of golden grain transformed into rust-colored wastelands. Rivers ran red before disappearing altogether. And those unfortunate souls, caught in its inexorable advance, simply vanished, leaving not even echoes of their screams behind. From the alabaster watchtower of Silverleaf Haven, Lyra Orenthil watched the Vale's approach with eyes that had witnessed 3 centuries of war, yet had never beheld such dread. The elven warrior's fingers tightened around the hilt of Moonwhisper, her ancestral blade that had tasted the blood of 1,000 enemies, most of them orcs from the blasted lands. Now the Vale had already consumed half of her kingdom's ancient forests, and scouts reported similar encroachment on all 5 realms of Moria. "Captain Orenthil," a voice called from behind her. "The council awaits." Lyra turned, silver hair catching the dying light. "Then let us not keep them waiting, Thalorian. Even if their solution is as foolish as I fear." The council chamber of Silverleaf Haven glittered with enchanted light cast from crystal fixtures that had been growing, rather than built, for 10,000 years. Around the living table of intertwined branches sat representatives from each of Moria's 5 kingdoms: the elves of Silverleaf, the humans of Highcrown, the dwarves of Iron Deep, the merfolk of Tidehaven, and, Lyra's jaw tightened, the orcs of the blasted lands. Her gaze fixed upon the orc emissary, a mountain of green muscle and scarred hide who met her look with equal contempt. Gromash Bloodfist, heir to the Orcish throne, responsible for leading the raid that had slaughtered her family 50 years earlier. "The Vale advances on all fronts," announced Archmage Valerian of Highcrown, his weathered human face grave beneath his starlight crown. "Our mages estimate we have perhaps 3 weeks before all of Moria is consumed." "Then we fight," rumbled Crag Stoneheart, the dwarf ambassador, pounding a meaty fist on the table. "Fight what exactly?" Gromash's voice was unexpectedly thoughtful for an orc, a deep rumble like distant thunder. "Our warriors pass through the Vale and never return. Even our strongest shamans cannot penetrate its mysteries." "For once, the orc speaks wisdom," said Nyada of Tidehaven, her translucent fins fluttering anxiously. "We cannot fight what we do not understand." "Which brings us to our desperate measure," Valerian continued. "Our scholars believe the Vale originated from the suspended citadel, where the Oracle Kairos has dwelled in solitude for a millennium, and the only path to the citadel lies through the ruins of Unity." Lyra felt cold dread settle in her stomach. The ruins of Unity, the ancient capital where all 5 races had once lived in harmony, before the great sundering had torn them apart. Now a place of ghosts and forgotten magic, said to be haunted by the regrets of their ancestors. "Our only hope," Valerian continued, "is to send a champion from each kingdom to confront Kairos and end this threat. The journey is perilous, the outcome uncertain." "I will represent Silverleaf," Lyra declared immediately, rising to her feet. "And I shall go for the blasted lands." Gromash responded, matching her stance. Valerian nodded gravely. As we expected, the prophecies spoke of this, enemies bound by fate to either save Moria or witness its final hours. 3 days later, the unlikely fellowship set forth from the neutral ground of High Crown, Lyra and Gromash, along with Crag Stoneheart wielding his ancestral warhammer, Nyada carrying waters from the sacred depths of Tidehaven, and Elindra, a young human sorcerer barely past her 20th year. Their journey took them through landscapes transformed by the approaching veil, forests with half their trees turned crimson, mountains veined with pulsing red light, and skies where 2 suns now hung, the second a scarlet orb that grew larger each day. The veil has a consciousness, Elindra observed on the 5th night as they camped beneath a weeping willow whose tears fell as drops of blood. It's not destroying, it's transforming. Into what? Asked Crag, sharpening his axe with methodical precision. Something that does not belong in our world, Nyada whispered, her webbed fingers tracing patterns in a small pool of water she kept constantly at her side. The waters speak of ancient wounds between realities, of barriers thinning. Lyra sat apart from the others, cleaning Moon Whisper with practiced strokes. She felt rather than heard Gromash approach, his massive frame settling beside her with surprising grace. "Your blade thirsts for my blood," he observed quietly. "As it should," Lyra replied coldly. "The moonlit massacre cannot be forgotten." "Nor should it be," Gromash agreed, surprising her. "But there are truths about that night you do not know." Before he could elaborate, a crimson tendril of the veil lashed out from the darkness, wrapping around Lyra's ankle. She cried out as burning pain seared through her armor, into her flesh. Gromash reacted instantly, his massive axe cleaving through the tendril, severing it. "The veil grows bolder," he growled, helping Lyra to her feet. His touch was unexpectedly gentle for hands that had ended so many lives. "It hunts us now." "Why did you save me?" Lyra demanded, pulling away once she could stand. The orc's yellow eyes held hers steadily. "Because Moria needs both of us, elf. Our blood feud must wait." The ruins of Unity emerged from morning mist on the 10th day, a vast necropolis of crumbling white stone and broken spires that had once reached the heavens. Ancient magic still pulsed through its foundations, recognizable to all 5 races as the source of their shared heritage. "Our ancestors built this together," Elindra marveled, running her fingers over inscriptions in a language none now remembered. "Before hate divided us. And here they hid the key to the suspended citadel," Nyada added. Her eyes closed as she communed with water spirits lingering in the dried fountains. They ventured deeper, into chambers where shadows moved of their own accord and echoes of ancient arguments still resounded. In what had once been the Grand Council chamber, they discovered a pedestal bearing a simple crown, unadorned, save for 5 empty settings. "The crown of the 5 elements," breathed Crag. "I thought it merely legend." "Each setting requires the essence of one kingdom," Gromash said, displaying unexpected knowledge. "With blood of the rightful heirs." One by one, they approached the crown. Nyada offered a tear that crystallized into a sapphire of pure water. Crag contributed a fragment of his heartstone, the crystal that grew within each dwarf's chest. Elindra surrendered a spark of her life force, forming an ember that burned eternally. Gromash pressed his palm to the crown, a drop of his blood transforming into a ruby of startling brilliance. Finally, Lyra stepped forward, hesitating only briefly before adding a strand of her silver hair, which coiled into a moonstone of perfect luminescence. The completed crown levitated, pulsing with power that sent waves of energy outward. the very air split open, revealing a path upward to a citadel that hung impossibly in the sky, anchored to nothing, defying all natural laws. "The oracle awaits," Elindra whispered. Their ascent to the suspended citadel was like climbing through layers of reality itself, each step altering their perception, showing glimpses of Moria's past and possible futures. By the time they reached the floating fortress of crystal and starlight, the Crimson Veil had consumed nearly 3/4 of their world. In the heart of the citadel, they found him, Kairos, last of the Fate Weavers. Not the malevolent sorcerer they had expected, but an ancient, sorrowful figure whose body seemed partly composed of the same crimson energy as the veil. "You have come," he acknowledged, his voice resonating from everywhere and nowhere. "The heirs of the sundered realms, finally united after 1,000 years of hatred. Too late, I fear." "You created the veil," Lyra accused, Moon Whisper drawn and ready. "You're destroying our world." "No," Kairos corrected gently. "I'm trying to save what remains of it." With a gesture, he opened a window in reality itself, showing them the truth. Beyond Moria's boundaries lurked entities of incomprehensible scale, cosmic aberrations that consumed stars and planets alike, their vast forms defying mortal understanding. "The star devourers," Kairos explained, "ancient beings from beyond the veil of creation itself. They have already consumed 1,000 worlds and now turn their hunger toward Moria." "The veil," Grommash began, understanding dawning, "is a shield," Kairos confirmed, "transforming your reality into something the devourers cannot consume. I had hoped to complete it before they arrived, but they approach faster than I anticipated." "You should have warned us," Crag growled. "Would your kingdoms have listened? Would ancient enemies have united based on the word of a forgotten oracle?" Kairos shook his head sadly. "The crown you bear is not merely a key. It is the only weapon capable of strengthening the veil enough to repel them." As if summoned by his words, the sky beyond the citadel darkened, stars blinking out one by one as vast shadows eclipsed them. "They come," Kairos whispered. Lyra looked at her companions, ancient enemies now standing together against extinction itself. Her gaze met Grommash's, and in that moment, something passed between them, understanding, perhaps even the first seed of trust. "What must we do?" she asked. "Complete what your ancestors began," Kairos replied, gesturing to a central dais. "The 5 who sundered must become one again. But be warned, activating the crown will require a sacrifice from each of you, a piece of your very essence, permanently surrendered." One by one, they stepped forward, dwarf, merfolk, human, orc, and elf, taking their places around the dais as the crown of the 5 elements hovered between them. "For Moria," Nyada whispered. "For all our peoples," added Crag. "For a future we may yet share," Elindra continued. "For redemption," rumbled Grommash, his eyes finding Lyra's. "For a new beginning," Lyra concluded, reaching out to grasp Grommash's hand across the dais, completing the circle. As the Star Devourers descended upon their world, 5 ancient enemies channeled their essence into the artifact their ancestors had created. The crown flared with blinding light, and the Crimson Veil expanded outward in a wave of transformative energy, not destroying their world, but changing it, shielding it in a cocoon of power the cosmic predators could not penetrate. When the light faded, Moria remained, altered but intact. And in the suspended citadel, 5 figures who had entered as representatives of broken kingdoms now stood as guardians of a world reborn, their differences not forgotten, but finally understood as less important than what united them. Lyra looked upon Gromash with new eyes, not as the murderer of her family, but as a fellow protector of their shared home. The truth of the moonlit massacre would wait for another day. For now they had saved more than a world. They had salvaged the possibility of reconciliation. Above them, the sky cleared to reveal not one sun, but two, one golden, one crimson, illuminating the first dawn of Moria's second age. Story 2. Snowflakes drifted through the shattered dome of the Forbidden Library, settling like ghostly butterflies upon ancient tomes and crumbling scrolls. Winter had never before penetrated these hallowed halls in all of Moria's recorded history, yet the chill that now permeated the marble columns and alabaster arches carried something more sinister than mere seasonal change. Alaric Flameheart felt it in his bones as he huddled beneath the tattered remains of the celestial tapestry, a relic that had once mapped every constellation in Moria's night sky. Now it served as his only blanket against the unnatural cold that had descended upon the realm. 3 days had passed since he'd witnessed the impossible, Lord Regent Malachy driving his enchanted spear, Soulrender, through the heart of Piraxis, the last of the great flame dragons. 3 days since the triumphant cheers of the court had turned to horrified silence as the northern mountains began to crack, great fissures splitting the ancient peaks as if some colossal being stirred beneath them. 3 days since Alaric, a mere apprentice scholar, had shouted the forbidden truth in the throne room, that the dragons had never been Moria's enemies, but its final guardians against a far greater threat. Traitor, they had called him. Heretic, they had cried. Only his fleet feet and intimate knowledge of the palace's forgotten passages had saved him from sharing Piraxis's fate. Now, as he turned the brittle pages of the veiled Chronicles of the First Age, Alaric's hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the terrible knowledge contained within. The ancient text confirmed what he had discovered in fragments across a dozen forbidden scrolls. The Titans of Ice, primordial beings of unimaginable power, lay imprisoned beneath the northern range, their prison sealed by dragonfire and ancient magic. With the last dragon slain, that prison was weakening by the hour. A sound, the whisper of leather against stone, made Alaric freeze, his breath crystallizing before him in the frigid air. Instinctively, he extinguished his meager candle, plunging his hiding place into darkness. "If you were truly the dragon sympathizer they claim," came a feminine voice, clear as a silver bell despite its hushed tone, "you would not need to fear the dark." Alaric's heart hammered against his ribs as a hooded figure emerged from between the towering bookshelves, a faint blue light emanating from the crystal pommel of the sword at her hip. As she pushed back her hood, a cascade of raven hair framed a face he knew all too well from the royal portraits that adorned every corner of Moria. "Princess Seraphina," he gasped, scrambling to his feet and nearly tripping over the ancient tome. "I save your explanation, scholar," she interrupted, her piercing azure eyes scanning the library ruins. "I'm not here to arrest you. I'm here because I need to know if what you said in the throne room is true. Are the dragons truly guardians? Is something awakening in the north?" Alaric hesitated only a moment before nodding toward the book at his feet. The Titans of Ice. Beings from before the First Age who sought to transform Moria into an eternal wasteland. Our ancestors, along with the flame dragons, imprisoned them beneath the northern range. The dragons' fire was the key to maintaining that prison. Seraphina's regal composure faltered, a shadow of doubt crossing her features. "Then my father's father, and his father before him, all the dragon hunts throughout our dynasty, were based on a lie," Alaric finished softly, "or perhaps a truth forgotten over centuries." The princess's hand tightened around her sword hilt. Yikaishi, how do we stop what's coming? Alaric knelt, turning pages until he found the illustration he sought, a circle of crystalline formations surrounding a central flame. The draconic essence crystals. They contain the spiritual essence of dragons long dead. With them, we might be able to rekindle the eternal flame in the Temple of Binding, where the Titans were first imprisoned. "Where are these crystals?" Seraphina demanded. "Scattered," Alaric admitted. "The last known location of most was the Valley of Lost Souls, but the valley lies beyond the Shadowfell, in the territory of Lord Vexillus." At the mention of that name, Seraphina's face darkened. Vexillus, the Shadow Lord, had been Moria's most feared enemy for generations. His powers of darkness, a stark contrast to the light and warmth that had once defined the kingdom. "And then we have no choice," she declared, pulling her hood back up. "We leave for the Shadowfell tonight." Alaric blinked in surprise. "We?" A grim smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "You have the knowledge, I have the sword. And it seems we both have a kingdom to save, scholar." They traveled by night, avoiding the royal patrols that now searched for both the traitorous scholar and the missing princess. The land changed around them as they journeyed northward, verdant fields giving way to frosted meadows, babbling brooks transformed into silent ribbons of ice. By the fifth day, when they reached the borders of the Shadowfell, a permanent twilight had settled over Moria, the sun visible only as a pale disk behind clouds heavy with snow. The Shadowfell lived up to its ominous name. Ancient trees twisted toward a sky perpetually veiled in a midnight haze, their branches like gnarled fingers clawing at the darkness. Wisps of ghostly light flitted between trunks, leading unwary travelers astray. Yet Alaric and Seraphina pressed onward, following a path only the scholar could see, marked in constellations of luminescent fungi that grew in patterns matching those on his star charts. They were a day's journey into this forsaken realm, when the shadows around them coalesced, forming a circle of hooded figures with eyes that gleamed like distant stars. "The Princess of Light ventures into darkness," came a voice like silk over steel. From between the shadowy sentinels emerged a tall figure clad in armor that seemed fashioned from the night itself. Lord Vexillus wore no helmet, his face a study in aristocratic beauty marred only by the web of silver scars that covered the left side. Legacy of an encounter with a flame dragon decades past. "We seek passage to the Valley of Lost Souls," Seraphina declared, her hand resting on her sword hilt. "Do few seek that cursed place?" Vexillus replied, circling them with predatory grace. "Fewer still return. What business brings Moria's princess and her scholarly companion to my domain?" "The Titans of Ice awaken," Alaric said, finding courage in desperation. "The last dragon guardian is dead. We need the draconic essence crystals to rekindle the eternal flame." Vexillus went utterly still, his mismatched eyes, one obsidian black, one molten gold, widening in what might have been fear. "You speak of matters beyond your understanding, boy." "Then enlighten us," Seraphina challenged. Seraphina. "Or are you content to watch Moria, and soon after, your Shadowfell consumed by eternal winter?" A tense silence stretched between them before Vexillus barked a harsh laugh. "Your ancestors drove mine from Moria, branded us shadow-touched and unclean because we dared suggest the dragons were more than monsters. Now you come seeking my help." His scarred face twisted in bitter amusement. "The irony is exquisite." "Will you help us?" Alaric pressed. Vexillus studied them both for a long moment before nodding once sharply. "I will guide you to the valley. Whether you survive what dwells there is another matter entirely. The Valley of Lost Souls earned its name. As they descended into its depths 2 days later, the wails of restless spirits echoed between stone walls, carved with warnings in languages long forgotten. Here, the boundary between the living and dead world thinned to translucence, spectral figures drifting like morning mist between ancient mausoleums and grave markers. The crystals were entombed with the greatest dragon slayers of old, Vexillus explained, his voice hushed in deference to their surroundings. A final insult to the dragons, their essence bound to the weapons of their killers. Or perhaps a final act of wisdom, Alaric suggested. Keeping the crystals protected and scattered, should they ever be needed again. They retrieved 6 crystals in total, each pulsing with inner fire that seemed to strengthen as they were gathered together. From the tomb of General Darius Ironheart, who slew the dragon Vermithrax, from the crypt of the legendary hunter Selene Moonblade, who felled 3 dragons in a single night. From resting places grand and humble alike, they collected the legacy of Moria's greatest dragon slayers and the essence of the mighty beasts they had vanquished. With each crystal recovered, the spectral activity around them intensified, souls of the dead drawn to the dragonfire like moths to flame. By the time they claimed the final crystal from the unmarked grave of an unnamed dragon slayer, a veritable procession of ghosts followed in their wake. "Do they sense what's coming?" Vexillus murmured. "Even the dead fear the Titan's return." Their journey to the Temple of Binding took them through the heart of the northern range, where great chasms now split the mountains, releasing plumes of frigid mist that crystallized everything they touched. The temperature dropped with every step until breath emerged as clouds of ice crystals and exposed skin burned from cold. The temple itself was a massive structure carved into the largest peak, its entrance a pair of doors fashioned from an unknown metal that had neither rusted nor tarnished despite millennia exposed to the elements. Ancient runes spiraled across their surface, pulsing with faint blue light. "The binding words," Alaric whispered, tracing them with trembling fingers. "The old tongue of Moria from before the sundering." The doors swung open at his touch, revealing a vast circular chamber dominated by a central dais. Upon it stood a great brazier, long cold, surrounded by 7 smaller pedestals clearly meant for the crystals they carried. As they approached the dais, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Cracks appeared in the temple floor, releasing geysers of freezing air. They sense us," Seraphina gasped, struggling to maintain her footing. "The Titans know what we intend." Alaric wasted no time, placing each crystal on its designated pedestal. As the final one settled into place, the 7 crystals began to pulse in unison, their inner fire growing stronger, but not igniting the central brazier as the ancient texts had promised. Something's wrong," he realized aloud, frantically checking his mental translation of the runes. The texts spoke of the flame being rekindled by one who carries both light and dark in their heart. "I thought it meant me, with my forbidden knowledge, or perhaps you, Princess, with your newfound doubt in your dynasty's purpose." "Neither of you," Vexillus interrupted, stepping forward. His mismatched eyes, one dark as shadow, one bright as flame, fixed on the brazier. The ancients spoke of balance, true balance. Understanding dawned on Alaric. "Your shadow touched, but you bear the scars of dragon fire. You literally carry darkness and light within you." Vexillus nodded grimly, approaching the central dais. "My ancestors were not exiled because we sympathized with dragons. We were exiled because we bound ourselves to them, merged our essence with theirs to better protect the seal over generations. That binding expressed itself in different ways." He gestured to his golden eye, which now blazed with inner fire. As another violent tremor shook the temple, Vexillus placed his hands upon the cold brazier. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a roar that shook the very foundations of the mountain, the 7 crystals erupted into pillars of multicolored flame that converged on the Shadow Lord. Vexillus cried out, not in pain, but in something like exultation, as fire engulfed him, swirling around his form before coalescing in the brazier. The eternal flame, reborn, blazed upward in a column of radiance that pierced the temple ceiling, shooting into the storm-racked sky beyond. The tremors subsided immediately, the cracks in the floor sealing themselves as warmth returned to the air. When the brilliance faded, Vexillus stood transformed. The scars on his face now glowed with inner fire, and both his eyes shone golden. More than that, there was a nobility to his bearing that transcended his former predatory grace. "What happened?" Seraphina asked, awestruck. "Balance restored," Vexillus replied, his voice now containing harmonic undertones that reminded Alaric of the rumbling purr of the dragons in the ancient texts. "The essence of the dragons lives again, through me, the last of the shadow-touched. I am become the guardian of the flame." Alaric approached the brazier, feeling its heat like a summer day after the longest winter. "And the Titans, bound once more," Vexillus assured him. "Or though their prison will require a guardian until the end of days." He looked toward the temple entrance, where the first rays of true sunlight in weeks now streamed through. "It seems I have found my purpose at last." As Alaric and Seraphina prepared to return to Moria to confront Lord Regent Malachi with the truth and begin healing the rift between their people and the shadow-touched, the scholar cast one last look at Vexillus, now seated in meditative silence beside the eternal flame. In saving Moria from eternal winter, they had discovered a truth long buried, that light and darkness were never meant to exist in opposition, but in balance. That sometimes the greatest guardians were those who carried both within their hearts. And as the princess and the scholar descended from the Temple of Binding, the first flowers in months began to push through the melting snow, heralding the return of spring to Moria. Story 3. The twin moons of Moria hung like mismatched eyes in the velvet sky, Lumina, pearlescent and bright, and her sister Umbra, smaller and the color of burnished copper. For 1,000 years, they had chased each other across the heavens, their celestial dance a constant reminder of balance in the world below. But on this night, as the autumn equinox approached, they had begun their long prophesied convergence. In the kingdom of Luminar, village elders gathered in hushed circles, their weathered faces upturned in dread as the moons inched ever closer. In the smithy at the edge of Silvermere village, Elindra Flameheart wiped sweat from her brow, the glow of the forge casting her in amber light. At 18, she had already mastered the art her father had spent a lifetime perfecting, her slender hands possessing an uncanny ability to coax metal into submission. The sword taking shape beneath her hammer would be her finest work, a gift for Lord Darian's heir on his naming day. "You work too late, daughter," came her father's voice from the doorway. Gareth Flameheart's once powerful frame had begun to stoop with age, but his eyes remained sharp as the blades he'd forged for kings. The alignment approaches. Best to be indoors when the moons kiss. Elindra set down her hammer, absently brushing fingers across the birthmark on her inner wrist, a silvery pattern of swirls that resembled a flame, which had earned her the whispers of superstitious villagers since childhood. "Do you truly believe the old tales, father? Of King Zarek's curse awakening when the moons align?" Gareth's gaze drifted to the small window where the moons were visible, now separated by merely a finger's width. Some legends persist for good reason, child. Before he could elaborate, a commotion erupted outside. Shouts of alarm followed by the pounding of hooves on cobblestone. Elindra rushed to the door, in time to see the village square filling with terrified people pointing toward the northern horizon, where an unnatural darkness had begun to spread across the star-filled sky, devouring light like a ravenous beast. And then the moons touched. The alignment was heralded not by sound, but by its absence. A sudden, terrible silence as all of nature held its breath. Then came the shadows, not falling from above but rising from below, twisting up from the earth like living tendrils of midnight. They moved with purpose, enveloping homes, trees, animals, anything in their path, leaving only empty stillness behind. Inside, now! Gareth pulled his daughter back into the smithy, barring the door as the first shadows reached their threshold. The hearth. Keep to the light. For 3 days, they huddled by the forge, feeding it every scrap of fuel they possessed. Outside, the shadows consumed Silvermere village inch by inexorable inch. On the 4th morning, as Gareth dozed fitfully beside the dwindling fire, Elindra noticed something extraordinary, where her birthmark touched the encroaching shadow that had begun to seep beneath their door. The darkness recoiled, leaving a small circle of untouched stone. She was still staring in wonder when the smithy door splintered inward, torn from its hinges by a force no mortal shoulders could generate. Gareth leapt to his feet, brandishing a poker, but froze at the sight of their visitor. The man who entered was tall and gaunt, his once fine robes tattered at the hem. Silver-streaked hair was bound in a leather thong at his nape, and his eyes, a startling amber, seemed to glow with inner light. Most remarkable, however, was the aura surrounding him, a faint shimmer of silver that pushed back the shadows, creating a bubble of safety that expanded to encompass the smithy. "Thorn," Gareth whispered, recognition and alarm mingling in his voice. "It's been many years, old friend," the newcomer replied, his voice like gravel over silk. "I wish our reunion came under better circumstances." "The Royal Mage," Elindra breathed, immediately recognizing the name from countless tales. Thorn the Exile, once the most powerful sorcerer in Luminar, who had vanished from court 20 years ago after a mysterious falling out with the king. Some claimed he had dabbled in forbidden magic. Others whispered that he had attempted to overthrow the monarchy. All agreed he was not to be trusted. Thorn's amber gaze shifted to Elindra, widening when they fell upon her birthmark. "So it's true, the silver flame lives again." He turned back to Gareth. "You should have brought her to me years ago, and condemned her to your fate." Gareth stepped between them. "The king's edict still stands, death to any who shelter the exile." "The king is dead," Thorn replied flatly, "as is most of the court. The shadows take the strongest first, those with the brightest souls. By now, half of Luminar lies empty." Silence fell heavily between them, broken only by the crackling of the dying fire. "What do you want with my daughter?" Gareth finally asked. Thorn gestured to Elindra's birthmark. "She carries the silver flame, the countermark to King Zarek's curse. Only one with that sign can find the sword of the solstice, which alone can dispel the shadows." His amber eyes fixed on Elindra. "The question isn't what I want with her, but whether she's willing to save what remains of our kingdom." Elindra looked from her father's fearful face to the steadily advancing shadows that had already consumed everything she had ever known beyond the smithy walls. Her decision formed like a blade taking shape beneath her hammer. "What must I do?" They left at dawn. Thorn's silver aura their only protection against the shadows that had consumed Silvermere entirely. Gareth remained behind. Someone needed to maintain the knowledge of ironworking should they fail, Thorn had insisted. Elindra carried little: her father's finest dagger, a waterskin, provisions for a week's journey, and the unfinished sword she'd been crafting, wrapped carefully in oilcloth. Something told her it might yet serve a greater purpose than a nobleman's vanity. As they traveled eastward toward the Crystal Mountains, Thorn revealed fragments of the truth, how King Zarek, last monarch of the First Dynasty, had indeed cast a curse 1,000 years ago, but not out of malice as the legends claimed. The histories remember him as a tyrant, Thorn explained, as they picked their way through a forest where trees stood like obsidian sculptures, frozen by shadow touch. But he was a guardian, perhaps the greatest Moria ever knew. What sleeps beneath the Shadow Throne is far older and more terrible than any curse. "What is it, then?" Elindra asked, watching as a shadow tendril recoiled from her outstretched hand, her birthmark pulsing with silvery light. "The ancients called it Nixis, the void between stars," Thorn replied, his expression grim. A being of primordial darkness that fell to Moria during the Age of Chaos. King Zarek couldn't destroy it, none could, but he managed to bind it beneath his throne, using his own soul as the final seal. The curse, as people call it, was his failsafe, 1,000 years of peace, after which the binding would weaken enough to alert future generations of the danger. But something went wrong, Elindra guessed. Knowledge fades. Truths become legends, become myths. Thorn's amber eyes clouded with something like guilt. "When I discovered the truth in the forbidden archives, I tried to warn the current king. He called me traitor, heretic, madman, had me exiled on pain of death. By the 7th day, they reached the Crystal Mountains, where massive formations of quartz and amethyst jutted from the earth like the bones of long-dead giants. Here, the shadows moved differently, almost reluctantly, as if the crystalline structures somehow impeded their progress. The mountains remember the old magics," Thorn explained as they ascended a narrow path that wound between towering crystal spires. "As does what dwells within them." The sleeping dragon lands lay on the far side of a crystalline pass, a valley where massive scaled forms lay curled in eternal slumber, their iridescent hides reflecting prismatic light. Hundreds of dragons, frozen in time by the same spell that had bound Nixis. "King Zarek's greatest allies," Thorn whispered reverently. "They sacrificed their wakefulness to power the binding spell." The sword of the solstice lies with their leader, Oryx the Goldflame. The largest dragon lay coiled at the valley's center, his golden scales dulled by centuries of sleep, but still magnificent. Between his massive claws rested a sword unlike any Elindra had ever seen, its blade seemingly forged of captured moonlight, its hilt adorned with a single crystal that contained a dancing flame. As Elindra approached, her birthmark burning now with an almost painful intensity, the dragon's enormous eyes slowly opened, a vertical pupil of molten gold regarding her with ancient intelligence. "Silver flame," came a voice directly into her mind, resonant with power that made her knees buckle. "At last, great Oryx." Thorn knelt beside her. "The binding weakens, Nixis stirs." "Take the sword," the dragon commanded Elindra. "It was forged for one of your bloodline, tempered in my flame and cooled in Zarek's sacrificial blood." With trembling hands, Elindra grasped the sword of the solstice. The moment her fingers closed around the hilt, the crystal ignited with blinding light, and knowledge poured into her mind, the true history of Moria, the nature of the silver flame she carried, and the terrible truth of what awaited them beneath the Shadow Throne. "Oh, we must hurry," she told Thorn, suddenly certain of their path. "Nixis grows stronger with each village consumed." 3 days later, they stood before the Shadow Throne in Luminar's abandoned capital. The once magnificent palace lay in ruins, its white marble stained with creeping shadow veins. At the throne room's center, where the royal seat should have stood, a churning vortex of absolute darkness pulsed with malevolent awareness. "King Zarek's final resting place," Thorn murmured, "and the prison of Nixis." As they approached, the darkness congealed, taking the shape of a crowned figure, a mockery of the ancient king, its features constantly shifting, eyes pools of nothingness. "The last mage returns." It spoke, its voice a cacophony of countless stolen voices. "Oshan brings with him the silver flame. How considerate to deliver both threats at once." "You speak as if you know me," Thorn replied, his silver aura flaring defensively. The Shadow King laughed, a horrible sound like breaking glass. "I have waited 1,000 years, watching through Zarek's eyes as his line dwindled and died, watching you discover the truth, only to be cast out. Such delicious irony that you now return with his last descendant." Elindra's grip tightened on the sword of the solstice as understanding dawned. "I'm of Zarek's bloodline." "The last," Thorn confirmed grimly. "Your father hid you away when the previous king began executing anyone with royal blood, fearing rivals. The silver flame marks all of Zarek's true descendants." The shadow lunged suddenly, faster than thought, engulfing Thorn before he could raise a defense. For one terrible moment, the mage's silver aura flared blindingly bright, then vanished as he collapsed to the marble floor. "Thorn!" Elindra cried out, raising the sword instinctively as the shadow turned toward her. His power was borrowed. The Shadow King hissed, expanding to surround her. "Yours is inherited. Join your ancestor, child. Complete his binding. Sacrifice yourself as he did, and postpone the inevitable for another 1,000 years." The sword of the solstice blazed in her grip as the truth crystallized in Elindra's mind. King Zarek hadn't created a curse, he had created a choice. Every 1,000 years, one of his bloodline would stand where she now stood, facing the same decision: sacrifice themselves to maintain the binding, or find another way. But as the shadow pressed against her silver aura, seeking weakness, Elindra saw beyond the veil of darkness, to the core of Nixis itself, not a creature of malevolence, but of hunger, of emptiness, seeking to be filled. Zarek had fought it with binding spells and sacrifice. His prison had held for a millennium, but prisons eventually fail, barriers eventually break. Elindra lowered the sword. "I am not Zarek," she declared, her voice steady despite her racing heart, "and I will not repeat his mistake." Instead of striking at the darkness, she plunged the sword of the solstice into the marble floor between them. The crystal in its hilt shattered, releasing the flame within, not to attack the shadow, but to illuminate it. To see it, fully and without fear, the Shadow King shrieked, recoiling from the light, but Elindra reached out, her birthmark blazing like a small sun, and touched the darkness at its heart. "I see you, Nixis," she whispered, "not to bind you, but to transform you." Where silver flame met primordial darkness, neither destroyed the other. Instead, they merged, shadow and light intertwining in a dance reminiscent of the twin moons above. Elindra felt ancient knowledge flooding her consciousness, the truth beyond the legends, the balance beyond the battle. When the transformation ended, the Shadow King was gone. In its place stood a figure of twilight, neither darkness nor light, but the sacred space between. And behind it, like a mirage solidifying, stood a man in ancient royal regalia, the weight of 1,000 years lifting from his translucent shoulders. "King Zarek," Elindra breathed. The spectral king bowed deeply. "Last daughter of my line, you have succeeded where I failed. I sought to imprison what I did not understand. You sought to understand what you did not fear." As dawn broke over the ravaged kingdom, the shadows began to recede, not vanishing but transforming, becoming part of the natural cycle of light and darkness once more. In the valley beyond the Crystal Mountains, dragons stirred from millennial slumber, free at last from their sacrificial vigil. And in the heart of Luminar's reborn capital, Elindra Flameheart, blacksmith's daughter, royal descendant, and bridge between worlds, began the work of rebuilding a kingdom where shadow and flame danced in harmony, like twin moons in an eternal sky. Story 4. The city-state of Morath clung to the edge of the great abyss like a desperate man to a cliff's edge, its ancient spires of opalescent stone reaching skyward as if in supplication to gods long silent. Below it, beyond the reinforced battlements of the Vale Wall, the abyss yawned infinitely, a vast chasm that swallowed light and hope alike, its depths shrouded in mists that pulsed with strange, ethereal luminescence. For 1,000 years, Morath had stood as humanity's last bastion against whatever lurked in those unfathomable depths. In the Seer's Tower, highest point of the ancient city, Davian Nightvale dropped to his knees, blood trickling from his nose as another vision gripped him. His slender frame convulsed, eyes rolling back to reveal only whites, while the elder oracles looked on with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. "The darkness rises," Davian whispered, his voice not his own, but a harmonious chorus of countless voices speaking as one. "The veil thins, the abyss hungers for its savior." When the vision released him, Davian collapsed onto the cold marble floor, gasping for breath. Archmage Thaddeus helped him to his feet, the old man's eyes gleaming with fervent excitement. "It is as the millennial prophecy foretold," Thaddeus announced to the chamber of assembled elders. "The time approaches when the Savior shall seal the abyss forever, banishing the ancient evil beneath. Davian Nightvale is the one, born under the crimson eclipse, bearing the mark of the 7 stars. He gestured to the constellation of birthmarks on Davian's forearm. "He shall save us all." But as the elders erupted in solemn murmurs of agreement, Davian felt only the cold grip of dread. For months now, his visions had grown more intense, more frequent, but the voices from the abyss spoke not of destruction, but of unity, not of evil, but of misunderstanding. And with each vision came the growing certainty that the prophecy, passed down through generations, had been grievously misinterpreted. That night, as Morath slumbered beneath a sky adorned with unfamiliar stars, Davian fled. With nothing but a small pack of provisions and the ceremonial dagger gifted to him on his 16th naming day, he slipped through the eastern gate, past guards who bowed their heads in deference to the prophesied savior. The irony was not lost on him as he disappeared into the desolate wastelands of the blighted plains that stretched beyond the city's protective embrace. For 3 days, he traveled eastward, away from the abyss, away from his destiny. On the 4th day, as he crested a hill of withered grass, a figure blocked his path, a woman astride a midnight black steed, her armor a patchwork of leather and steel, her face framed by hair the color of burnished copper. "Davian Nightvale," she called, her voice carrying across the windswept plain. "You've led me on quite the chase." "Ravenna the Relentless," Davian replied, recognizing the infamous bounty hunter. "I didn't realize the Seer's Council would move so quickly to retrieve their precious oracle." A cold smile played across Ravenna's lips as she dismounted. "They're offering enough gold to build a palace." "Can't blame a hunter for hunting." Her hand rested casually on the hilt of a curved blade at her hip. "Will you come quietly, or shall we make this interesting?" Davian knew he was no match for the notorious bounty hunter. With a resigned sigh, He raised his hands in surrender. "I have no quarrel with you, Ravenna. But the prophecy is wrong, or at least what they believe it means is wrong. Save it for the council," she replied, binding his hands with practiced efficiency. "I'm just here for the gold." They set out westward the following dawn, Davian riding behind Ravenna on her steed. As they traveled, an unnatural fog began to roll across the plains, carrying with it a sound like thousands of whispers just below the threshold of comprehension. "We need to move faster," Davian urged, scanning the mist with growing alarm. "They're coming." "Who's coming?" Ravenna asked, but her question was answered as shadowy figures emerged from the fog, humanoid shapes that seemed to flicker in and out of existence, their forms composed of swirling mist and darkness. Where their faces should have been, only gaping maws of emptiness remained, emitting those haunting whispers that seemed to call Davian's name. "Whisperers," Davian breathed. "Creatures from the abyss." Ravenna cursed, drawing her blade. "I thought they couldn't venture this far from the chasm." "They couldn't, until now." Davian's voice was grim. "The veil between worlds is thinning, just as my visions foretold." The Whisperers converged, their ethereal forms surprisingly solid as they grasped at Davian with elongated fingers. Ravenna fought valiantly, her blade slicing through the creatures with little effect. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed, a piercing screech split the air. A massive shadow passed overhead, a dragon with scales like polished obsidian, its wingspan blotting out the sun. Upon its back rode a figure in gleaming armor of deepest blue. The dragon descended, unleashing a torrent of azure flame that scattered the Whisperers, sending them retreating back into the mist. The armored rider dismounted with fluid grace, removing a helm to reveal a face weathered by years, yet handsome still, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Commander Varos," Ravenna breathed, a note of awe in her voice. "I thought the dragon riders were extinct." "Not extinct," Varos replied, his voice resonant and deep, merely waiting. His gaze fell upon Davian, studying the young oracle with keen interest. "So this is the savior of prophecy. You're running in the wrong direction, young Nightvale." "The prophecy is wrong," Davian insisted, "or misunderstood. The abyss doesn't need to be sealed. It's trying to communicate." Varos exchanged a significant look with his dragon, a silent communication passing between them. "Perhaps," he said finally, "it is time you saw the truth for yourself." He extended a gauntleted hand. "Come with me to the ancient citadel. There you may find answers that have eluded your seers for millennia." Despite Ravenna's protests about her bounty, the three soon found themselves soaring over the blighted plains on Dragonback. The creature, whom Varos called Nightwing, carried them westward, not toward Morath, but toward a range of jagged mountains that bordered the northern edge of the abyss. They landed among crumbling ruins of what must once have been a magnificent city, its architecture unlike anything Davian had ever seen, buildings that seemed to be grown rather than built, curved spires that defied gravity, all crafted from a crystal-like substance that still captured and refracted light despite the centuries of decay. "The Luminari," Varos explained, leading them through the ruins. "The first civilization to discover the abyss, or rather to create it." "Create it," Davian echoed in disbelief. "They were seekers of knowledge and power," Varos continued. "They discovered a thin point between dimensions and tore it open, believing they could harness the primordial energies beyond. But they were unprepared for what they found. At the center of the ruins stood a towering archway of the same crystalline material, inscribed with symbols that seemed to shift and change as Davian looked at them. Beyond the arch, only emptiness was visible, a void that seemed to draw in light and sound. "This is where it began," Varos said solemnly. "It's the first tier between worlds, which eventually grew into the great abyss we know today." As Davian approached the arch, the birthmarks on his arm began to glow with an inner light. The whispers he had heard in his visions returned, but here, so close to the original tier, they became almost comprehensible. Not to seal, but to bridge. Not to end, but to begin. Understanding dawned on Davian like the first rays of sunlight after an age of darkness. The prophecy never spoke of sealing the abyss, he realized aloud. It spoke of healing the rift between worlds. "I'm not meant to destroy what lies within. I'm meant to understand it, to communicate with it." "That's insane," Ravenna interjected. "The abyss has been the source of horrors for 1,000 years. The Whisperers are merely the most primitive extensions of a vast consciousness," Varos finished. "Imperfect attempts to reach across the divide." Davian stepped closer to the arch, his arm now blazing with starlight. "The entities within the abyss aren't evil. They're simply different, existing in a reality with laws unlike our own. When the Luminari tore open the veil, they disrupted the natural balance between our worlds." As if in response to his words, the emptiness beyond the arch shimmered, and a form began to take shape. Not a whisperer, but a being of pure light and flowing energy, vaguely humanoid, yet constantly shifting. Davian, it seemed to say, though no sound emerged. Bridge-maker, healer of worlds. "The magic of Moria has been fading for centuries," Davian said, understanding flowing through him like a river breaking through a dam, because it was never meant to exist in isolation. The abyss contains the primordial source of all magic, not as an enemy to be feared, but as a counterpart to be embraced. The luminous being extended what might have been a hand, stopping just short of the archway's threshold. Davian raised his own hand, mirroring the gesture. "What are you doing?" Ravenna demanded, alarm evident in her voice. "What I was born to do," Davian replied calmly. "Not to seal the abyss forever, but to understand it. Not to be a destroyer, but a translator, a bridge between worlds." As his fingertips breached the archway, connecting with the being of light, a surge of energy pulsed outward in concentric waves. Davian gasped as knowledge flooded his consciousness, the true nature of the abyss, the symbiotic relationship that should have existed between the worlds, the healing that could begin with understanding. When the connection broke, Davian turned to his companions with eyes that now swirled with the same ethereal light as the mists of the abyss. "We need to return to Morath," he said, his voice overlaid with harmonics that hadn't been present before. The council must understand. The prophecy was never about ending a war. It was about beginning a conversation." Ravenna studied him with newfound respect, perhaps even a touch of awe. "And if they refuse to listen?" Davian smiled, a quiet confidence replacing his former uncertainty. "Then we will help them hear the whispers of the abyss for what they truly are. Not threats, but invitations. Not omens of doom, but promises of rebirth." As they mounted Nightwing once more, Davian cast one last look at the ancient archway and the luminous being that still hovered beyond it. For the first time since his visions began, he felt not dread, but hope. Not the burden of ending something, but the privilege of beginning something new. For in the depths of the great abyss, across the divide between realities, another world was waiting. And Davian Nightvale, once the reluctant savior, now embraced his true destiny as the bridge-maker, the one who would restore the balance that had been lost 1,000 years ago. when humanity had feared what it should have sought to understand. Story 5. Silver moonlight filtered through the perpetually clouded skies of Moria, casting ghostly shadows across the cobblestone streets of Ravenhold. The city, once a beacon of prosperity, now cowered beneath the imposing silhouette of Thornkeep Castle, where the dreaded Shadow King Mordred had ruled with unwavering cruelty for as long as anyone could remember. His silver mask, said to be forged from the tears of a dying star, had become the emblem of terror throughout the realm. In the forgotten underbelly of the city, Isolde moved like a whisper between moonlight and shadow. Her slender fingers, calloused from years of thievery, clutched a weathered leather satchel close to her chest. The royal archives had been surprisingly unguarded tonight, almost suspiciously so, but she had succeeded nonetheless. The ancient scroll nestled within her satchel was worth more than gold to the White Rose Order. "You've done well to survive this long, little thief," came a velvet-smooth voice from the darkness. Isolde froze, her hand instinctively reaching for the obsidian dagger at her hip. From the shadows emerged a figure clad entirely in black armor that seemed to absorb the very moonlight around it. The Black Mask Knight, the most lethal of the Shadow King's servants, stood before her, his faceless helm betraying nothing of the man within. "The scroll, if you please." He extended a gauntleted hand. My king has been searching for it far longer than you can comprehend." Instead of surrendering, Isolde threw a vial that shattered at the knight's feet, erupting into a blinding cloud of sapphire smoke. She darted into the labyrinthine alleys of Ravenhold, her heart pounding against her ribs like a caged bird. The parchment in her possession had already revealed its secrets to her: the location of the legendary Crown of Thorns, an artifact said to grant absolute power over life and death itself, hidden in the heart of the petrified forest. For 3 days and nights, Isolde fled across the whispering plains, the thunder of hooves never far behind. The Black Mask Knight was relentless, a shadow that could not be shaken. On the 4th day, as she reached the edge of the petrified forest, an arrow whistled past her ear. "Surrender the scroll, thief!" the knight called out, his voice carrying across the field, separating them. "You cannot comprehend the forces you meddle with." "Neither can your tyrant king," Isolde shouted back, before plunging into the forest where trees stood like grey sentinels, their bark and leaves turned to stone by some ancient magic. The petrified trees seemed to watch her with hollow eyes as she ventured deeper. Strange whispers echoed between the stone branches, and the light dimmed to an eternal twilight. Hours into her journey, exhaustion finally claimed her, and she collapsed beneath a stone canopy. She awoke to find herself surrounded by lithe figures with pointed ears and eyes that gleamed like polished amber in the dim light. The wild elves of the petrified forest, thought to be mere legends by the people of Ravenhold. "She carries the scent of the Shadow Court," one whispered, his voice like rustling leaves. "And yet she runs from the Black Mask," another countered. "Bring her to Oberon." Isolde was led through hidden paths to a clearing where the petrification had somehow been reversed. Living trees surrounded a throne carved from a single massive amethyst, upon which sat the most majestic being she had ever beheld. Oberon, elder of the wild elves, regarded her with eyes ancient as the forest itself. "I know why you have come, daughter of men," he spoke, his voice resonating with the wisdom of centuries. "The crown of thorns has slumbered undisturbed for a millennium. Why do you seek it now?" Isolde straightened her spine. "The White Rose Order believes it's the key to overthrowing the Shadow King. With the crown's power, we can end his tyranny and free Moria." A sad smile crossed Oberon's ageless face. "And yet, You know nothing of the crown's true purpose, nor of Mordred's burden." Before Isolde could respond, commotion erupted at the edge of the clearing. The black masked knight stood there, sword drawn but outnumbered by elven archers. "And lower your weapons," Oberon commanded his people, rising from his throne. "He is expected." To Isolde's astonishment, the knight removed his helmet, revealing not a monster but a man with features as noble as they were grave, eyes the color of storm clouds. "Thorn," Oberon greeted him. "It has been decades. Time means little to those cursed with watching its endless passage," the knight replied, his gaze finding Isolde. "And the girl must understand before she leads the Order to catastrophe." That night, around a fire that burned emerald green, Oberon revealed the truth that had been buried beneath centuries of propaganda. The Shadow King Mordred was not the tyrant the stories painted him to be, but a guardian cursed with immortality by the ancient gods. For millennia, he had stood as the sole barrier between Moria and a cosmic entity known as Azathoth, the Star Devourer, imprisoned in the constellation known as the Thorn Crown in the night sky. The Crown of Thorns is the physical manifestation of his binding spell, Thorn explained, his voice heavy with the weight of shared burden. Mordred doesn't seek it to secure eternal tyranny. He seeks it to finally die. "But the White Rose Order," Isolde began, the foundations of her beliefs crumbling, "has been infiltrated by Azathoth's influence." Oberon finished for her. "The entity whispers to those hungry for power, promising freedom while seeking only to destroy the crown and break its celestial prison." The revelation shook Isolde to her core. Everything she had fought for was built on lies. The resistance she had dedicated her life to was unknowingly serving a far greater evil than the one they sought to overthrow. "Tomorrow, we journey to the Heartstone," Thorn said. "There, you will see with your own eyes." The Heartstone lay at the center of the petrified forest, a massive crystal formation that pulsed with an inner light. As they approached, guided by Oberon and accompanied by Thorn, Isolde felt a presence watching from above. Looking up through a rare break in the clouds, she saw it, the constellation of the Thorn Crown, stars arranged in a perfect circle with thorny projections, pulsing with malevolent light. When they reached the crystal, Oberon placed his palm against its surface, and images flooded the air around them. Isolde witnessed Mordred as he once was, a young king who had sacrificed everything to save his realm from Azathoth's first attempt to enter their world. She saw him don the silver mask as the curse of immortality took hold, his face underneath slowly withering without the release of death, yet kept alive by divine magic. Through centuries, she watched him maintain his vigil, his methods growing harsher as he fought to keep Moria strong enough to sustain the binding spell. The crown, woven from his own life force and the essence of the ancient gods, had been hidden away for safekeeping, its destruction the only thing that could free both Mordred and Azathoth. "The crown cannot fall into the wrong hands," Thorn said softly, "nor can it be destroyed. The consequences would be beyond imagining." As the visions faded, a commotion erupted at the edge of the clearing. Members of the White Rose Order emerged from the trees, led by their Grand Master, Lord Whitewell, whose eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. "The traitor reveals herself," Whitewell announced, his voice carrying an echo that was not entirely human. "Ye surrender the knowledge of the crown, Isolde, and your betrayal may yet be forgiven." But Isolde had seen the truth. Drawing her obsidian dagger, she stood alongside Thorn and the elves. "There will be no forgiveness necessary, for I have not betrayed Moria, you have, Whitewell, or should I say, vessel of Azathoth." A terrible smile spread across the Grand Master's face, his skin splitting to reveal a starry void beneath. Clever girl. Too clever to live. The battle that followed was brief but fierce. Elven arrows sang through the air as Thorn's blade cut down corrupted Order members with grim efficiency. Isolde, moving with the agility that had made her the finest thief in Ravenhold, slipped behind Whitewell and plunged her dagger into his back, a mortal wound for a mortal man, but merely an inconvenience for the entity wearing his skin. As Whitewell fell to his knees, a chilling laugh escaped his lips. You cannot stop what is coming. The Shadow King weakens. The crown will be found, and I will feast on your world's dying light. With a final rattling breath, the Grand Master collapsed, a swirl of star-like energy escaping his body and dissipating into the night sky, returning to the constellation above. In the aftermath, as the elves tended to their wounded, Isolde approached Thorn. What happens now? Now, he replied, placing his black helmet back over his features, you must make a choice. Continue believing the lies you've been told, or help us protect the truth. Isolde looked up at the night sky, where the thorn-crowned constellation pulsed with hungry light, then back to the Heartstone, which had revealed the burden of a king she had been taught to hate. The White Rose Order is finished, she decided, but Moria still needs protection, from threats both within and beyond the stars. She extended her hand to the Black Mask Knight. Teach me to be its guardian. As their hands clasped, somewhere in Thornkeep Castle, the Shadow King Mordred looked up from his ancient texts to the same constellation. Behind his silver mask, lips that had not smiled in centuries curved upward with the first bloom of hope. Perhaps, after endless ages of solitary vigilance, he would not have to stand alone against the coming darkness. For in the game of crowns and thorns, new pieces had taken their places on the board, and the ancient game continued beneath the watchful eyes of stars that hungered for worlds. Story 6. The great hall of Khazad Moria fell silent as the last echoes of the herald's horn faded into the cavernous heights. Where moments before the bustling court had been alive with the sounds of debate and diplomacy, now only the gentle hiss of enchanted lanterns and the distant drip of subterranean waters could be heard. Upon the dais, bathed in the azure glow of ancient crystals embedded in the vaulted ceiling, sat King Dwalin Barbaferia, motionless, his eyes wide with terror, his flesh transmuted to gleaming granite. Princess Era Barbaferia stood frozen in the shadow of a massive obsidian column, her slender fingers pressed against the cold stone as if drawing strength from the mountain itself. She watched as her uncle, Morgrim Punhonegro, approached the throne with deliberate steps, his iron-tipped boots striking sparks from the polished floor. Behind him strode the royal guard, their faces impassive beneath ornate helmets, their loyalty now a question that hung in the air like smoke. "The king is no more," Morgrim's voice resonated through the hall, deep as the mines beneath them. "And it seems the hand of treachery has struck at the very heart of Moria." His gaze, sharp as a newly forged blade, fell upon Prince Thordak, who stood nearest the throne. Thordak's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his ceremonial axe. "You dare accuse me, uncle? I who stood at my father's right hand while you coveted his crown from the shadows?" The assembled nobles stirred, their jeweled beards catching the light as they whispered among themselves. Factions were already forming in the hushed exchanges and meaningful glances. Era slipped away unnoticed, her heart pounding beneath her silver-embroidered bodice. Unlike her brother, bold, brash Thordak with his warrior's reputation, she had cultivated invisibility. It served her well now as she hurried through lesser-known corridors, navigating the labyrinthine passages that honeycombed the ancient dwarven stronghold. The archives of Durin lay 7 levels below the royal chambers, accessible only to the lawkeepers and royal family. Era pressed her palm against a seemingly unremarkable section of wall, whispering words in an ancient dialect. The stone recognized her bloodline, illuminating veins of mithril that outlined a doorway before silently swinging open. Inside, towers of ancient tomes and scrolls rose toward the distant ceiling, while glowing crystals cast pools of amber light between long shadows. Era moved with purpose toward the Forbidden Annals, a collection of histories deemed too dangerous or shameful to be included in the official chronicles. I wondered when you would come, Princess. Era spun around, her hands instinctively weaving the first patterns of a binding spell, a magic forbidden to her kind, yet one she had secretly mastered. In the half-light stood a tall figure, unusually so for the halls of Moria. A human, draped in traveling clothes too fine for a common merchant. "Master Dravos," she said, relaxing slightly but keeping the spell ready. "You're far from your trading stalls." The man stepped forward, his face catching the light, handsome in the way of humans, with lines of experience rather than age marking his features. "And you're far from the political storm brewing above. Though I suspect we both seek the same answers. What would a human merchant know of dwarven matters?" she challenged, though she already suspected there was more to Dravos than his carefully cultivated persona. He smiled, reaching into his cloak to produce a medallion that caught the light with an unearthly gleam. "The Order of the Eternal Eye has watched your throne for centuries, Princess. The curse of the living stone has awakened once more, just as our records foretold." 3 days later, Era found herself in the lowest depths of Moria, in chambers forgotten by all save the most ancient records. Beside her walked Dravos, no longer disguised as a simple merchant, but equipped as the relic hunter he truly was. His enchanted lantern cast long shadows across walls, inscribed with symbols that predated the dwarven settlement of the mountain. "The throne was never a gift from your gods," Dravos said softly, tracing the alien glyphs with reverent fingers. "It was found here in these depths by the first king of Durin's folk." Above them, civil unrest had erupted into skirmishes between those loyal to Thordak and those supporting Morgrim's claim. Worse still, 3 more nobles had begun showing signs of petrification, stiffening limbs and skin that hardened to stone in patches. "The scrolls speak of a material not of this world," Era murmured, comparing the ancient text to her carefully transcribed notes. "Starstone. They called it cold as ice even in the heat of the forge." Dravos nodded grimly. "My order believes it to be a prison, or perhaps an egg, for something that came from beyond the heavens. Something ancient that sleeps within the stone, dreaming of the day it might walk again." A sound echoed from deeper in the forgotten halls, something between the grind of stone and the sigh of wind, though no breeze stirred in these depths. Era and Dravos exchanged glances, then proceeded toward a massive doorway framed by pillars carved with writhing forms that seemed to move in the shifting light. Beyond lay a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness above. At its center stood a perfect circle of the same strange, lustrous material as the royal throne. Within the circle, half emerged from the floor, as if growing from it, rose a statue, or perhaps it was more accurate to say a partially formed figure. It resembled a dwarf in basic shape, but its proportions were wrong, its features alien and unsettling. "Ah, it's using them," Era whispered, the terrible truth dawning. "The king, the nobles, it's using their bodies, their essence, to form its own." Dravos nodded grimly. Your people have sat upon its prison for generations, slowly feeding it with their vitality. And now, after millennia, it has grown strong enough to take what it needs more directly. As if in response to his words, the figure in the circle shifted slightly, stone grinding against stone, as one malformed arm extended slightly toward them. The great hall of Moria had become a battlefield. Thordic's supporters clashed with Morgrim's faction, while citizens fled deeper into the mountain's protective embrace. Neither side noticed the growing number of nobles who stood unnaturally still, their eyes glassy, their skin taking on the texture of polished stone. When Princess Aira emerged from the lower levels, Dravos at her side, she found her brother and uncle locked in mortal combat before the throne. Behind them, unnoticed by all, the stone of the royal seat had begun to flow like wax in the sun, reshaping itself into something that vaguely resembled a towering figure. "Stop!" Aira's voice carried power that few had heard before, the resonance of forbidden magic that caused the very stones to vibrate in sympathy. All eyes turned to her, battle momentarily forgotten. "The throne is cursed," she declared, stepping forward. The crowd parted before her, many noticing for the first time that the timid princess now carried herself with the authority of a queen. It always has been, a prison for something not of our world, something that has been feeding on the life force of our rulers for generations. Morgrim sneered, though uncertainty flickered in his eyes. "More lies to protect your brother's claim." "Look behind you, uncle," Aira said calmly. "Look at what your precious throne is becoming." All eyes turned to the dais, where the ancient seat of Durin's line was now barely recognizable. The alien material flowed and reshaped, while the petrified form of King Dwalin seemed to be sinking into it, his features distorting as his essence was consumed. "What devilry is this?" Thordak growled, raising his axe defensively. Before Aira could answer, the partially transformed nobles moved as one, their stone-flesh bodies converging on the throne. Their movements were jerky, puppet-like, as if controlled by an unseen hand. As they reached the dais, their forms began to merge with the flowing material of the throne, contributing to the towering figure that was taking shape. "It's too late," Dravos said grimly, drawing a blade that glowed with eldritch sigils. "The sleeper awakens." Aira stepped forward, drawing from within herself the power she had hidden for so long. Golden runes blazed to life upon her skin, tracing patterns of ancient magic across her face and hands. "Not while I draw breath," she declared. "Not while a daughter of Durin stands." From her robes, she produced a crystal vial filled with liquid silver, distilled essence of mithril, the living metal that ran in veins throughout the mountain. It had taken her 3 desperate days to create it in her secret laboratory, working from half-translated texts and intuition. "Brother, uncle," she called, never taking her eyes from the forming monstrosity. "Our people need leaders, not rivals. Take them to safety while I finish what our ancestors unknowingly began." For once, both men listened, organizing the evacuation of the hall as Aira approached the throne. The creature was nearly formed now, a towering amalgamation of dwarven bodies and alien stone, its features a horrifying blend of the familiar and the impossible. "Your prison was well crafted," Aira addressed it, uncorking the vial. "But not by my people. We were merely the unwitting wardens." The creature emitted a sound like mountains grinding together, perhaps laughter, perhaps rage. A limb lashed out, striking Dravos and sending him flying across the hall. Aira didn't flinch, continuing her measured approach. "I am sorry for what my ancestors did to you, keeping you trapped for millennia," she said, genuine compassion in her voice. but I cannot allow you to take my people as vessels for your rebirth." With a swift motion, she cast the contents of the vial upon the creature. The liquid mithril splashed across its partially formed body, and for a moment nothing happened. Then, with a sound like 1,000 voices crying out at once, the creature began to change. The mithril, responsive to thought, alive in ways no other metal was, began to reshape the alien material, binding it, transforming it. Ira pressed her advantage, pouring her own magic into the transformation, guiding the living metal as it encased the creature in a prison of its own making. The effort threatened to consume her, drawing life force from her, just as the throne had drawn it from generations of kings. Her skin began to harden, taking on a metallic sheen. "Ira, no!" Dravos had regained his feet and rushed toward her. "It will take you too," she smiled sadly, feeling the transformation spreading through her. "Some prisons are chosen, Master Dravos. Some wardens volunteer." As the last of her humanity faded, a new statue stood in the hall of Khazad Moria, a princess rendered in perfect mithril, her face serene, one hand extended toward the now dormant throne that had resumed its original form. Within both, two consciousnesses remained, one ancient and alien, one young and dwarven, locked in eternal balance. In the years that followed, the dwarves of Moria told a new tale of Princess Ira the Silver, who saved the kingdom from an ancient evil. They spoke of how Prince Thordak and Lord Morgrim set aside their differences to rule as co-regents in her honor, and how the throne remained empty, preserved as a memorial. And if sometimes visitors to the Great Hall claimed they saw the mithril statue's expression change, or heard whispered conversations between princess and prisoner, well, such tales were merely fanciful legends, weren't they?